All right. Hello, everybody. KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. We are hopping onto the stream here to just kind of start our coverage for the evening. We've got a pretty rowdy line of storms moving in. So there's kind of the DMA view. Let me back this out and we'll put this in a play mode for you. But you can see this is definitely going to be a stormy evening. I know it's been a quiet and honestly really nice Mother's Day here across Central Texas, and I'm glad we were able to squeeze that in. But these storms are pretty rowdy, coming in with some wind that could be up to 70 miles per hour in some areas, and coming in with some hail that could be upwards of golf ball size in a few spots. So with that, we will get into tracking mode here. We've been watching these moving into Llano County most recently, and as we go through tonight, if you have any reports that you can safely pass along to us, we of course would always appreciate that. And here, one second, let me get the monitor situation queued up for you. But that severe thunderstorm warning that you're looking at there, that is not just a run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. It actually has a considerable tag to it as well. So that's what they do when it's got hail that's bigger than quarter size or winds that are greater than 60 miles per hour. And that, unfortunately, is definitely the case with this storm, which, again, is moving through Llano right now. The leading edge is through, so the wind and the heavy rain and potentially some hail has already arrived there. And next up, this is going to be heading towards like the Buchanan Dam area, the Lake LBJ, Marble Falls area, and then into Burnett County. And from there, if it holds together, and all indications are that it will, and we've got more storms back behind it, it can move into parts of Williamson County. So we've got a few different kind of interesting things going on with the radar picture right now. First, let's focus on the one severe storm that we have. So I'm going to zoom in and give you a kind of a closer view of this one. And I'll punch up the numbers for you just so you can see what the National Weather Service is monitoring on this one. So here's what they say. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it's got a considerable tag to it. And this warning goes for Blanco, Burnett, and Llano counties until 8:30. Let me put this into motion for you just so you can see the speed. It's moving incredibly quickly. It's moving at 50 miles per hour right now. And in the Llano area right now, we've got torrential rain. We may have some hail, and we probably have some wind coming in. Let's start with the hail tracker here. And there it is. Yeah, this could be pretty sizable hail coming into Llano right now. We'll take a closer look at that. And unfortunately, again, with that considerable tag, this could be golf ball size, if not a little bit larger. And it looks like this might be on track to be moving directly into Llano right now. And then here's another hail core, which is up closer to the Tau area. So with these type of storms, and I don't want to scare anybody for no reason, but if you just think about it logically, okay, we've got golf ball size hail falling from the storm, and we have 70 mile per hour winds. Wind driven hail like that is no joke. So with these storms, if you want to be on the safe side, it really is a good idea, even though there's severe thunderstorm warnings, to kind of treat it almost like a tornado warning, where it's like, okay, let's get away from windows, let's get into the middle part of the house if you can. Just be mindful of that, just because this is the type of storm that can be pretty destructive. And there's a new radar scan. Here, we'll switch back to just the regular radar version here. Sometimes that hail product lags behind, but anywhere where you get these kind of red, pinkish colors, and especially once you start getting into the gray or black, that's going to be pretty sizable hail, and that is right over Llano right now. I'm curious to see what the wind speeds in the storm are looking like, and nothing is immediately jumping out. Honestly, the wind maybe looks slightly less impressive, at least on radar, but it's also getting closer to the radar site, so certainly there could still be some 70 mile per hour wind gust in here. Let me just kind of sample some of these numbers. We'll just take one like right here. And it showed 40 miles per hour. I'd be willing to bet that it is greater than 40 miles per hour. In fact, I'm looking to see if in the National Weather Service chat they've seen anything here. And we should be getting a report from the Llano County sensor here shortly. Earlier there was at the Mason Wildlife Management area in northern Mason County a 55 mile per hour wind gust. And I would say this storm is more directly impacting the Llano area right now. Okay, so we'll go back to the regular radar version. And let's back out the view, and I want to also do a storm track on this. And, well, while we're zoomed in here, let's also make sure we don't have any sort of rotation developing. The tornado threat, yeah, a little bit of light rotation here showing up on our shear product just on the east side of Llano. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. I think that the tornado threat is not the thing that's going to be the biggest threat for most of us tonight, but could there be one or two tornado warnings? Certainly there could be. When these storms are back west, closer to the San Angelo area, there's actually a couple of tornado warnings with it. But for now, it is mainly a wind and a hail threat. And then, look, I also want to keep an eye on the rainfall totals here. Going into today, I really didn't picture this being a massive flood risk, but the rainfall rates are so intense with these storms, and it also is kind of trending in a little bit more widespread, honestly, more widespread than it looked probably earlier today. And we have some storms on the leading edge out ahead of the main line that I'll show you here in a second. So I also want to keep an eye out for some locally heavy rain. Looks like we've got some inch-plus totals already popping up over sections of northern Llano County. Okay, so now let's back out the view and check out the other areas. And I want to keep an eye on that near Tau, too. Anything here on the leading edge, if anything tries to spin, that would be where we get a tornado. Now, as we pan back over to Williamson County, let's go back east. So this is what I mean with, hey, this is kind of an interesting radar setup. You see this little line right here? Let me animate this for you. This is an outflow boundary from storms to the northeast earlier today, and that is coming into Williamson County and out ahead of the main line is already churning up some of these storms. We'll have to keep an eye out on those. And as this big complex runs into the outflow boundary, this is where, funky things can happen sometimes. When you have an outflow boundary colliding with a storm like that, that is sometimes a setup where you can get a tornado that tries to spin up. So again, right now, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, but it definitely would not surprise me if at some point through this evening, we get some sort of a tornado threat. So just keep that in mind. Llano, Burnett, Blanco counties. I know you guys are already under severe thunderstorm warning, but just treat this one a little extra serious for tonight. And then you have little cells like that too. Just kind of have that supercell look to them. While we're right here, let's do a storm track. And I want to make sure that they still have the motion at 50 miles per hour on this storm, which is what they did earlier. So they're still saying golf ball size hail, 70 mile per hour winds. And they still have the movement southeast at 50. Okay, so let's do a squall, and we'll trace it right here along the leading edge of the storm. And we'll go east-southeast at 50. So this is going to start to get into some parts of Travis and Williamson that are not yet under the severe thunderstorm warning. So just, I know you're not necessarily under the warning yet, but if things continue, this is kind of the way we're heading here. So here's a look at the times. 8:22 Buchanan Dam, 8:25 Kingsland, 8:35 Burnett, Fairland, 8:36 Marble Falls, 8:42 Briggs, 8:52 Liberty Hill, 8:59 9:03 in Florence, 9:08 Leander, 9:17 is the arrival time for the Georgetown area. Let's go back to just the area-wide view as well. Don't want to leave anybody in the dark here. So this is what's going on. We've got non-severe storms we'll keep an eye on, but these are behaving right now, just regular storms, Bastrop County into northern Fayette County. We have non-severe storms developing on that outflow boundary over Williamson County. And then this is the main show right now, severe storm from Llano. It's over Llano right now, and it's going to be moving into Burnett and far northern Blanco County. And this is not severe at the moment, but is a strong storm. In fact, let me update you on that for our friends over in Gillespie County. Then we'll get back to the Llano County storm. And by the way, here in about 7 minutes, we do have a cut-in that we're doing on TV, so we're kind of bouncing back and forth. And then when we switch over to the San Angelo radar, it's giving you a better view of it. You can see that these are pretty intense storms, too. Would not surprise me if maybe this ends up becoming a severe thunderstorm warning either. Hail core, not too impressive. And likewise, you can see maybe the hail core, it's broadened out a little bit, but maybe not quite as intense, but it is very likely hailing right now in Llano. So again, if you guys can safely send us any reports, we would appreciate that. I'm hearing that my mic is a little staticky on the stream right now. Y'all give me a second. I'm going to reboot this real quick before we get further into tonight just to make sure the audio is good. I'll be right back with you in just a couple minutes. All right, hello everybody. KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Hopefully the audio is sounding better. We just rebooted our streaming computer, so hopefully this is sounding better. We apologize for the staticky audio earlier. I'm going to just wait here a second, and Jeff Bell will let me know if our audio is sounding a little bit better. Hopefully it does. But look, the situation has not changed since we last spoke. We still have this big complex of severe storms, which is moving in. Now, out ahead of it, we do have some non-severe stuff still over Bastrop County, Fayette County, also some non-severe over Williamson County, but this storm moving from Llano County to Burnett County, this one is quite intense, and it has a new severe thunderstorm warning with it, which now goes into western sections of Travis and western sections of Williamson County. Jeff says we are sounding all good. I'm glad we've got excellent audio now. Okay, so with that, now let's get updated on the storm. Let me actually switch things over here, make sure we've got I'll switch Max 1 into the wall real quick. And I'm also hearing that we are getting good lightning on all the weather cameras. Let's do a quick weather camera tour real quick. Okay, so there's the tower cam at the moment. And I'm going to switch through some of these other cameras. Let's see what we have in router 2 right now. We also have the tower cam. Let me, here, I'm going to jump into the router real quick, and I bet that the Kalahari cam is probably starting to get some of that lightning too. And, you know, if you guys are in parts of Williamson County or Travis County, if you're looking west or northwest, I'd imagine you are starting to see this stuff roll in. So here is Kalahari cam. Wait a second on that one, see if we get any lightning. Actually looks like it's kind of quiet right now. I bet that cam 23, our Oasis cam, I bet, yeah, there's some lightning there. So the storms are not totally here in the metro yet, but the lightning is moving in. Here is the Line Hotel. Yeah, you can see some lightning off in the distance as the storms approach Austin. This is St. Edwards. This is the Zach Theater, and oh, here's cam 20 too. Yeah, check out the lightning. So the lightning has already moved in, already visible over the Austin Metro and I-35 corridor, and the storms will quickly follow here as these are here on track to move in within the next 1 to 2 hours. So right now it's Llano to Burnett County, but this stuff's going to be moving into the metro here quite shortly. Okay, so radar is loading back in right now, and we'll track these storms and let you know where they are. Again, these have the potential to produce hail that could be up to golf ball size, and the potential to produce winds that could be as high as 60 miles per hour, if not a little bit higher than that. Okay, so we'll go back over to the wall, and we do have Max 1 behind it. Okay, so here is our severe thunderstorm warning. This storm has all sorts of lightning, as you saw, has a lot of heavy rain, and unfortunately it has some hail and some wind with it too. So let's get into tracking mode. And let's do a zoom in on our Llano County, Burnett County storm. So this is it. The hail core right now is right over Lake Buchanan. In fact, that was the last note from the National Weather Service. They are also saying closely monitoring a notch that has surged out east of Buchanan Dam. There's some weak but broad rotation, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, and I bet it's right here. So a little notch that has developed. Let's go back to the reflectivity. Yeah, a notch here and a notch here. Our shear tracker sometimes can pick these up really well. In the main thread, as we go through this evening, sorry, that was the correlation coefficient. Let's go over to this. Yeah, right here, it's going to be that top notch. So let's zoom in on that one. It's going to be coming out just on the east side of Lake Buchanan. As I was saying, though, the main concern tonight is not a tornado threat, but tornado threat is definitely not zero. We've got some rotation coming out on the east side of Lake Buchanan. So if that developed into anything, Burnett, areas north of Burnett, up towards Lake Victor. And you guys are already under severe thunderstorm warning, so it's not like anything super new here, but potential for a tornado right there. Let's go back to the Doppler winds. Yeah, exactly right there. That is where the spin is developing. That is definitely something we need to keep a really close eye on. In fact, we might stay here for another scan just to make sure that doesn't try to tighten up. So that's the area that we're talking about as far as the rotation, which is surged out on the east side of Lake Buchanan. Then the hail core, while we wait on that, this is the hail size, which how many times have we seen radar pictures like this too, just big hail falling over Lake Buchanan, and we're getting back to the purple. So they're saying golf ball size. I'll actually query up some of those numbers real quick. And this is going to be, this might actually be bigger than golf ball size. Well, exactly golf ball size hail on the north side of Lake Buchanan. That is also heading towards Burnett and Lake Victor. So Burnett, Lake Victor, the Sudeth area, you guys have strong winds coming, 60 plus miles per hour, and the potential for golf ball size hail. And then we also have this little area of rotation that we also want to keep a close eye on. So still waiting on a new scan. I agree with the Weather Service. It looks broad, but it's definitely there, something to keep an eye on. Also a note, flood advisory coming out shortly for Burnett and Llano County. So a flood advisory for some minor flooding. Let's back out the view and we'll switch to the radar estimated accumulations. That would be zooming in the view. It will do the radar estimated accumulations. I was actually talking about this earlier, how, going into tonight, I didn't really have this pegged as a big flood risk just because these storms are moving and have ended up moving at a decent clip, but the rainfall rates are just really, really high. And also, we've got some of these storms that have developed out ahead of the main line that can kind of pre-saturate the ground. So we do need to keep an eye out for the risk for some localized flooding. You can see anywhere in the green, we do have some pockets of 1 inch plus of rain that have already fallen. So a flood advisory is going to be coming out soon for Burnett and Llano County. So low water crossing, stuff like that, which need to be really, really mindful of that. Here's a look at our warning, which for anybody, this may have pinged your phone if you live in western Williamson County or if you live in western Travis County. The warning does not yet include the core of the Austin area, but western portions of the metro. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, which has now been issued. The most intense part of the storm is right here, though, and this is going to be moving into Burnett. So if you live in Burnett right now, and I don't really say this lightly, but I would treat this almost like a tornado warning. When you have wind-driven hail the size of golf balls, and this also, see this little sharp cutoff right here? I think that's some really strong wind, which is going to be coming into Burnett County. So this could be 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with hail and heavy rain. So I'd get away from windows. Definitely want everybody off the roads. I'd get away from windows just to be on the safe side, interior part of your house, just because this is a pretty serious storm, which is going to be coming into the Burnett area very shortly. So here's the loop on it. And yeah, you can see this little bowing portion of the storm has swung out, and that's where they were watching that potential for a tornado. And the notch is still there. The notch is like right here, so watch that. But then right here, this is where we have a surge of wind, which is going to be kicking into the Burnett area right now. So just make sure you're indoors out ahead of that. Let's check back in with our velocity too and see how the couplet is doing. Yeah, it's still there, and it's still pretty broad. But I just want to keep a really close eye on it because in these type of situations, they just can spin up so quickly. And this is where the little notch is right now. It just came off the eastern shore of Lake Buchanan, and this will be heading, crossing 281 near or just north of Burnett, so in the Burnett, Lake Victor vicinity. Let's go back to our shear tracker, the rotation tracker. And it still has light rotation here. And if you guys, we were using this a lot last year and this product did a really good job, but when you get in these like kind of light yellows, that's like, okay, let's watch it. As soon as you start getting, orange into these more maroon red type colors, that's where we really need to be mindful that a tornado could be touching down. So we don't see that right now, but I agree with the Weather Service. We definitely have a little notch, a little spin that is developed there, but remains broad, so not an imminent concern for a tornado. But we've got hail and we have strong straight line winds that are definitely taking shape right here. Here's the latest hail core. Looks like maybe the size has come down, but easily quarter to golf ball size hail is still going to be a possibility. These storms are also very electric, so let's back out the view, and I just want to do a lightning count on this. I bet we're going to get like several hundred lightning strikes. The way our computer does it, it'll take all the lightning available on the screen or that can be visible on the screen over a 15-minute stretch. So this will take a moment here. We'll let this. Look at that. So it's got 848 lightning strikes right now, and that doesn't even include some of the stuff off the screen, which is still to our north. So we've got a lot of lightning. We've got some wind, some hail, some heavy rain, and this is all going to be coming into parts of the metro here over the next little while. We'll remove this stuff and a few just kind of bigger picture updates for you guys. We did get a new update from the Storm Prediction Center, the SPC, and they expanded that level 3 risk again. So we have basically an enhanced risk for the entire KVUE area. So this is one of the bigger risks that we've had so far this year. Let's see if they expanded the tornado threat. So they actually did. So this is going to be the main zone we're watching, and it makes sense with where the storms are right now. But this will be the main zone that we're watching for low-end tornado potential. But the bigger risk I really think is going to be wind. And I do see a few reports coming in now of ping pong ball size hail over parts of Llano County. I'll show you those reports here in a second. But you can see they have us in this 30% area, which means a 30% chance of 58-mile-per-hour winds within 25 miles of a given point. And this hatched area means that significant damaging winds are not out of the question. So that'd be winds as high as 75 miles per hour, which hopefully we don't see, but there's potential for it. And then the hail threat, and you can see the areas where we're tracking the hail right now. Go figure, good forecast. That's where they have that hatched area, meaning that some significant hail will be a possibility. And speaking of, let's go over to the storm reports, and we'll see if this is loaded into the system, and it has. So a hail report just came in from the Buchanan Dam area. I believe this is going to be ping pong ball size hail. So a report with a picture on social media of 1.5 inch hail south of Lake Buchanan. So we've got at least 1.5 inches, and I would say in some areas it could be up closer to 1.75 inches of rain. The flood advisory just came out for Llano County as well. So let me show you that. Llano and Burnett County. Remember, a flood advisory is like the step down below a severe thunderstorm, a flash flood warning. So it means that minor flooding is a possibility. And we'll back this out just so you can see it. It can be a little contrasty with the green radar, but right here, Llano into the Burnett area, we have a flood advisory, which means that minor flooding will be a possibility. But I think kind of more imminently, it's the hail and the wind concern that we need to keep an eye out for. And then let's zoom in here to northern Williamson County, because we've got an area of storms that has developed out ahead of the part that is technically severe, but there may even be a little bit of small hail here on the north side of Georgetown and on the north side of Leander. Here's the leading edge of that outflow, by the way, which is going to be coming into Leander. So we do have heavy rain up here as you get more in the vicinity of like Gerald. So some heavy rain, we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe even a little bit of hail trying to develop there. Here's the hail tracker. Yeah, they actually might end up issuing a new severe thunderstorm warning just for that little hail core, which is not the one, and it's almost stationary. This is not the one that prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. This is a new one which has gone up, and there could also be a little bit of small hail here on the north side of Leander at around Highway 29, and then going up 183 as you get closer to the Briggs area. Let's zoom in on the most substantial one, and it's going to be right here. So this is a new hail core going up near the Sun City area. So again, it would not surprise me. I think this could be quarter size, if not larger. I think this is probably quickly becoming severe hail developing in the general vicinity of Sun City, especially just on the north side of town. And this is not the hail core that prompted the severe thunderstorm warning. Just got a new note from the Weather Service as well. They're saying the notch is no longer apparent. No rotation now with the storm that had moved east of Lake Buchanan. So that's good. So that was that little notch, that little couplet we were watching. National Weather Service no longer concerned about that for now. But that just kind of shows you how quickly these little couplets, they can surge out ahead of the storm and they can produce a brief tornado, and that'll be the type of thing we need to watch as these storms get closer, to Williamson County and western Travis County too. Okay, so let's do this. Let's back the view back out. And so here's the big picture view right now. We'll play this for you. So we've got non-severe rain, just regular storms, Bastrop County, Lee County, Fayette County. We have just rain, non-severe Gillespie County, just rain, non-severe Mason, and now Llano County is kind of on the back edge of the storm. But we have this is the main thing right now. Let's just pan this up a little bit. This is the main thing now, moving into Burnett County. And Also, I want to keep an eye, just the way that this is all coming together, we got to keep an eye on the flood risk up here too, because as I mentioned, we had this initial outflow boundary. See that? Watch this. See that little outflow come in and collided with another outflow. Now that sparked heavy rain, and then we have another outflow out here. When these storms become outflow dominant, this is a good part of it. It mitigates the tornado risk because it's harder to get those low-level circulations. But I do see potential for some flooding to set up here over the next hour or two if we just get this kind of training of heavy rain. So we'll keep an eye on that. Otherwise, this outflow corridor is about to push into western Travis County. Let me show you real quick. Let's go back to our router system. So here is our tower cam where we're seeing the lightning come in from the west. And I have that in both here. I'm going to put a different camera in router 2 just so that we have that to go back and forth on. But you can see, I mean, that's in Austin where already we've got a lot of lightning. I bet that cam 23 is probably going to have a good view of this, our Oasis cam. So that is Oasis here. I'm going to pan this up a little bit so that we can see it. By the way, here in just a couple minutes, guys, we're going to have a quick cut in on KVUE on TV. So we're going to bounce back and forth a little bit here. Yeah, so there's the lightning from the Oasis cam in Lake Travis. I'm looking here at Kalahari as well as our Line Hotel weather camera. Let me check out Kalahari real quick. We do have a little bit of lightning showing up there at Kalahari. I get this more west-northwest, and here I'll put that in for you. So here is Kalahari. Wait a moment and see if I saw, of course, right when you take the weather cameras when the lightning stops happening. But that's Kalahari. Here is this is St. Edwards. Did I show the line? Here's the Line Hotel. This will also probably be a good view as this camera gets good shots pointing back west. That could be a good view. Yeah, you see a little lightning there behind the skyline. But yeah, that is what's rolling in. We'll do, for the sake of right now, let's leave Oasis up here, and we'll come back and forth to that camera view. Oh, time to wake up, everybody. No. I set an alarm so I don't miss this on-air cut-in. Okay. Everyone's awake. All right, so we've got lightning, a lot of it visible right now in northwest Travis County. Seeing if we have any. So we did get a report, 45-mile-per-hour wind gust recorded at the Burnett Municipal Airport, 45 miles per hour at Burnett. I would love if we could keep this below 50 miles per hour. Unfortunately, I don't think that will be the case. Another report, 1.6 inches of rain has been recorded near Tao in northeastern Llano County in 30 minutes. Another gauge nearby had 1 inch in 15 minutes. That just shows you how heavy the rain is with these storms. Okay, so let's go back to the radar picture and we'll go back into tracking mode. We've got a lot of lightning, we've got embedded wind and lightning. This all is kind of fusing together though over the Burnett area. Let's see what the hail core is doing. This may actually, it's going to be this big, gelled blob of heavy rain, but that may actually weaken, may kind of mitigate the severe threat a little bit if it's running into these other storms. So now, instead of one like destructive hail core, we've got a couple little smaller ones that are producing, say, like quarter size plus hail. Let's zoom in a little bit on this. So we've got two main ones we're watching. Still the one over Sun City. So if you guys live in the Georgetown area, north of Georgetown and Sun City, let me know what you're seeing there. I do see some quarter size hail there. This has really come down in intensity, a lot of it in the Burnett area, but we do have a little hail core here on the southeast side of Burnett. So that'd be like in kind of rural-ish Burnett County, but could impact some areas near Bertram. But we don't have any, like, I would say we mainly have pockets of quarter-size hail right now and not golf ball size or larger. Just got a report from Williamson County Office of Emergency Management. Quarter-size hail reported on State Highway 195 just south of Florence and north of Sun City. So that's the Sun City hail core that I just mentioned. Hey, we've got a cut-in coming up here in one moment. I'm going to I'm going to put that cut in on the stream here. You guys are going to see black for like a minute or two, and then you're going to see what comes up on TV. So I'm still here with you. I'm going to switch over these sources real quick. Okay. Just kidding. We have another minute or two. We're going to wait for Jeopardy to end. So nobody draft a mean email. We're going to wait. And we'll keep going on the stream here. But yeah, guys, look, this is what's going on. We've got our big batch of storms coming in. If this all gels together like this, that actually could help to kind of lower the wind risk a little bit. Now, it's still going to be stormy. Then, okay, so this is a little interesting. Let's analyze this. So we have a little notch which is developed here, but this storm also is kind of outflow dominant where, let me get the pointer. So it's got this outflow, it's got this rain-cooled air out ahead of it. See this little thin green line, and normally that kind of mitigates the tornado risk, but there is a little notch there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Again, with the outflow situation the way it is, it's not a major concern, but I do want to keep an eye on it. Shear tracker not picking up on anything yet. All right, we've got less than a minute until our cut in. Let's get set up for that. All right, you guys are going to see black for like 30 seconds, and then you'll get the TV cut in. Hello everybody, KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with another quick update on the weather situation, and nothing major has changed. We still have this severe, strong to severe complex of storms coming in, and still we have a severe thunderstorm warning, which next up it's going to be parts of northwest Travis and western Williamson County. In fact, over western Williamson County in the Sun City area, we already have some hail that has developed out ahead of the main line. So let's do an update on our warning. So earlier, this was a considerable severe thunderstorm warning where it had hail that was up to golf ball size and wind that could have been upwards of 60 miles per hour. A little bit of good news here. I am seeing the hail intensity come down a little bit, and they still have the considerable tag with it. There are a few areas in here. This is one where there could be quarter to golf ball size hail, and then another one up here north of Georgetown, maybe quarter size hail, but pockets of quarter size hail and also some wind that could be up to as high as 60 miles per hour. Here's the hail tracker right now, and this is going to show us where the hail cores are located. So again, we've got kind of 3 of them right now, and the good news is that we've got these 3 separate hail cores, but none of them are producing like massive hail. This is probably like quarter size or a little less on the southeast side of Bertram. This is the biggest one up in the general vicinity of Sun City. Let's take a closer look at that one. And this one was actually not the hail core which prompted the original severe thunderstorm warning, but on the north side of Sun City along 195, this could be hail that could be quarter size, maybe even a little bit larger. In fact, we'll sample some of that for you. We'll do a quick query on this. And here in the blue, that's probably going to be quarter. Take a guess. Walnut to quarter size hail here in the vicinity of Sun City here over northern Williamson County. So heads up there. This is not like super destructive hail, but this is some relatively, it's severe hail. I would say it's every bit of severe hail. Okay, so now let me back this out. Another aspect of this, and you're probably already seeing this over parts of Williamson County and the Austin Metro. There's a ton of lightning in these storms. These are electric storms, and here's the lightning counter just on the screen. Over the past 15 minutes, we've got nearly 1,500 lightning strikes. And then the final thing here, and I'll get you back to just regular coverage here on KVUE, and we'll continue our coverage on KVUE Plus. I want to do a storm track on this. The storm previously was moving at about 50 miles per hour. Let me make sure we get the latest speed on this storm, make sure it has not slowed down at all. So the latest, they're saying still severe thunderstorm moving east at 50, still golf ball size hail and 60 mile per hour winds that are going to be a possibility. Just one quick update that we got from the Weather Service. They are saying estimated hail size has trended down on the warned storms in Burnett and Williamson County, down to nickel to quarter size, but still potential for some gust up to 60 miles per hour. And then farther east into Williamson County, this is like that Sun City area we're talking about, nickel size hail and 50 mile per hour wind gust will be possible between Georgetown and Gerald. So that's kind of where we stand with this storm right now. Let's do a squall line track though, because increasingly we're going to get more parts of Williamson County and eventually parts of Travis County involved here. So do a little bit of a squall about like that and moving close to 50. So this is going to start to incorporate parts of Austin that are not yet under a severe thunderstorm warning, but just to give you general arrival time here. Georgetown, you're being impacted now. Jonah, 9:10, Leander, 9:13, Cedar Park, 9:22, Round Rock, 9:30 for you. 9:35 at the Domain, Barton Creek Square, 9:41, Central Austin, 9:44, Copeland area, 9:51, and out around the airport, Southeast Travis County, around 10 o'clock. So that's what we're tracking for you. We will get you back to regular programming here on KVUE. We're going to have another update on air at 9:30 and then our full newscast at 10. If you want continuous weather coverage, we're live right now on KVUE Plus. How handy, there it is. You stream that QR code and you can download KVUE Plus on your Apple TV or any of your streaming devices. We're also streaming right now on YouTube as well as the KVUE Facebook page. So keep you updated as we go through this evening. Next update here on TV is going to be coming up at 9:30. We'll see you then. All right, hello everybody. Hunter Williams back with you. We just finished up our on-air cut-in. Let me switch things back to our streaming setup. That way I can see. Okay, we got that done. While I'm over here, I'll do a quick look at our sky cams. Here's Tower Cam. Let me pan around here. So that's looking to the northwest, which is probably the right vicinity to be looking, but there you can see that's Loop 360, the Pennybacker Bridge, and yeah, it's kind of the deal. The other camera we were looking at was Oasis. So here's the Oasis cam, and then I'm going to get, probably want to get Round Rock involved in here too. For now, we'll still toggle back and forth between these two, but either way, we've got strong to severe storms, which are still in the process of rolling in here. All right, so we'll go back to the wall here. I'll walk back over here and we will track this. I will say, I think that overall, maybe the intensity is down a notch from when these moved into Llano County earlier, which is good. Hey, we just got a 51 mile per hour wind gust reported at the Georgetown Municipal Airport. So 50 mile per hour winds right now in Georgetown, which is not nothing, but it is not 70 mile per hour winds, which looked like it was a possibility earlier when some of these storms were over. When some of these storms are over Llano County. So I would say the intensity is maybe down just a touch here, and hopefully that continues, but it's not a guarantee. We've got this big collision of outflow boundaries right here, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. We have this new development which is kind of coming up to meet the existing storms over Austin. So could a new blob of storms develop right here over Travis County as all these outflows and the existing storms come together? Yes. So could new storms develop on the outflow? Yes. Or maybe that outflow keeps kind of churning through and then this stuff eventually drifts in. all those things are possibilities, but as of right now, we just have the one severe thunderstorm warning, which is the Burnett County storm, which is coming into western Williamson County and western Travis County. Then we do have these storms. They're not severe, from like around the Austin airport down to Bastrop County and into Lee County. Pouring rain right now in Giddings, but those are not severe. And then we also have some storms back building along the outflow out towards like the radar site at Granger and Lake Granger. So that's what's going on. I want to read you the note we got from Jason Runyon at the Weather Service here a moment ago. He said, estimated hail size has trended down on the warned storm in Burnett County, western Williamson County, down to nickel to quarter size. So again, not golf ball size plus, nickel to quarter. Still potential for some gusts to 60 miles per hour. Then farther east into Williamson County, which is the storm we've been watching around Sun City, nickel size hail and 50 mile per hour wind gust will be possible there in the Georgetown area. I want to double check the audio real quick while I'm standing over here talking. Make sure the mic situation is good, and it is. Excellent. Can never be too safe there. It's a little hard. I've done this before. If you talk for 45 minutes with a muted mic, you know, you just put your heart into it, covering a severe storm, and no one tells you. It's tough. Don't want to do that. So yeah, that's the situation right now. 51 mile per hour wind gust reported at Georgetown. Let me actually, here, we'll go to the wind reports. So Fredericksburg's gusting to 40, Llano 35. I bet earlier though they probably gusted above that. Burnett gusting to 18, can handle that. And Georgetown 52 miles per hour right now. I want to look through some of the reports as well. So if you guys have any reports to pass along, please let me know, especially over parts of Llano and Burnett County when these storms were even more intense. Not seeing any wild reports right now, which is good news. And look, yeah, I would say these are definitely coming down in intensity a little bit at the moment. And look, it's definitely going to be rainy, stormy late evening here in Austin. But if this holds, then hopefully we avoid like the destructive type winds that we were a little bit worried about earlier. Now, again, we still need to see how this plays out. And then one of the things I was talking about earlier, while going into tonight, I wasn't super concerned about the flood potential, honestly. The way that, number one, these rainfall rates are really heavy. And number two, especially here like northern Williamson County, I mean, this is set up for an extended stretch of heavy rain here. Northern Burnett into northern Williamson County. So I do want to keep an eye on the flood potential too. The flood outlook, they actually did upgrade this a little bit earlier today, where we have a level 2 out of 4. Level 2 out of 4 risk for flooding. And then if you missed it, the SPC outlook as well, they basically ended up upgrading the entire area, including all of Austin, to the enhanced risk, level 3 out of 5. And mainly that's because of the wind threat, which again, right now, we had a 51 mile per hour wind gust report in Georgetown. We definitely have some wind out there. I would love though if we could keep this under the destructive winds, because it was looking like a little bit earlier, maybe we could have a full strength squall line come in, the type of line that moved into Llano County, maybe that would blow right into the metro, and that could have caused a lot of wind damage. And hopefully that is not the case, but we do still have that risk for strong winds. Okay, so with that, let's see how our hail cores are doing right now. This is a new one. This is probably going to be a new hail producing storm here momentarily. So here's the hail core, or the hail tracker. We've got 1, 2, 3, and then soon to be 4 little hail cores which have developed. And this is the biggest one here over just north of Georgetown. It's kind of funny because, again, that was not the main hail core that prompted the severe thunderstorm warning earlier, but that one went up and it's been pretty persistent here. So it's been kind of over the Sun City area. Now it's like basically over I-35 between Georgetown and Jarrell. So Sun City, New Corn Hill. This is going to be hail that's going to be like walnut to quarter size. Query some of these for you. Yeah, so walnut size hail there at the largest. Some of it's a little bit smaller, but up to walnut or quarter size hail there in the vicinity of Sun City at around I-35. And this is kind of heading towards like the Weir, New Corn Hill area. So that is one of the hail cores that we are watching. Let's zoom back in at the Burnett County hail core. Then some smaller size hail. Then this, which is over Burnett County. So here is the secondary hail core, which is coming in just on the south side of Bertram right now. And this one also is looking like it's probably going to be walnut-sized hail. Yeah, so we got walnut-sized hail there coming in just on the south side of Bertram. And then also, let's go back. So let's see if the hail tracker can lag behind a little bit sometimes. So let's see what's going on down here so now it's starting to pick up. This is probably going to be the next severe storm if the trend holds there over Blanco County. So we'll go zoomed in on this one. It's small hail right now, but we'll see if it continues to intensify. This could cross over 281 between Blanco and Johnson City. We'll loop this for you. Yeah, so this storm is definitely coming up in intensity. Okay, then as we talked about the flood potential earlier, I want to look at some of the rainfall totals so far. I'm going to punch up the LCRA totals. One report here, a radio report from 1.5 miles southwest of 195 and Sun City Boulevard, to that Sun City storm we've been watching about, saying occasional pea-sized hail. Occasional pea-sized hail. So that's the type of stuff, we can handle if we get, pocket change size hail and maybe periodically up to the size of quarters. That is fine. I'd be really happy if tonight we can avoid winds of 70 and hail of golf ball size hail, because I do think that is probably the type of stuff that moved into the Llano County area earlier today. And now these storms, we've got just this messier setup. We've got a bunch of different outflow boundaries all colliding, so we're probably going to have new pockets of heavy rain developing here over Travis County soon, and certainly those could produce some more pockets of hail, but it just is looking less like it's going to be this super robust squall line that brings the destructive winds, like a big line of destructive winds. I was thinking earlier, like, you guys remember last year around this time, it was me and Grace were tracking this. There was like a solid squall line came in, and in Williamson County, there was like this big swath of like 70-mile-per-hour winds. This event was kind of reminding me of that, and I would be very glad if that type of thing, if we could avoid that. Then heads up here over Milam County, this little sliver of Milam County, we do have a hail core which has gone up. That's technically just outside of our viewing area now. Another report from Williamson County, small pea-sized hail over Berry Creek in Georgetown, which is off of Highway 195, accompanied by strong gusty wind. So again, I still think wind gusts to 50 plus are certainly fair game. We've got evidence of that in Georgetown. Then we have a new flood advisory coming for Williamson, Burnett, and northwest Travis County. 1 to 2 inches of rain has already occurred. Another 1 to 2 inches of rain will be possible. Highest amounts from Florence to Andice to Liberty Hill. The flood advisory will include Georgetown. So let me show you here. Let's do the LCRA totals real quick before we do the radar estimates. And that's kind of the zone I was talking about. Remember, these rainfall rates are really heavy. So this one LCRA gauge, for example, in Williamson County has already had close to 1 inch of rain. And then we've got some 1 inch plus type totals over parts of Mason, Llano, and Burnett counties. Let's see where the flood advisory, where exactly that is outlined. So that is going to be here. And here, I'll get this off the screen. So this is going to be the new flood advisory. I know it's a little contrasty, but you see this is the bottom line down here, and then goes out west right there. So this includes Georgetown, up I-35 to Gerald, to Florence, to Andice, to Leander. This is where minor flooding is going to be a possibility. I'll read you the text of that flood advisory. The flood advisories, I know this could be a little confusing. Remember, that's like a step below a flash flood warning. So it means that localized flooding could happen, but generally more of the minor variety, you know, like ponding on roadways and stuff like that. So they're saying at 9:14, Doppler radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. Minor flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly in the advisory area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen, with the highest amounts near Florence, Andice, and Liberty Hill. Additional rainfall amounts 1 to 2 inches are expected over the area, and additional rain will result in minor flooding. Some locations that could experience flooding include Georgetown, Bertram, Serenata, Leander, Bartlett, Liberty Hill, Jarrell, Florence, Weir, Andice, Mahomet, Sun City, Georgetown Dam, Briggs, Joppa, Shady Grove, Oatmeal, Seward Junction, Theon, and Wahlberg. So a heads up there, some minor flooding is going to be a possibility here over northern sections of Williamson County. Really high rainfall rates there. One little feature just caught my attention that I want to keep an eye on. So let me go back into tracking mode, and it's this little hook right here. Now, we've seen this periodically, and the reason I'm not like imminently concerned about a tornado right now is because the outflow is down here. This is what we call a storm being outflow dominant, where the rain-cooled air is rushed out ahead of the storm, which makes it hard for warm inflow. So the inflow tries to come in, boom, and it gets blocked by the outflow. So it makes it hard for a tornado to form. But anytime you see a little hook like this on reflectivity, let's zoom in a little bit closer on that. Again, I think that because of the outflow situation, it shouldn't be a big issue, but we'll keep an eye on this little hook which is developed here. Let's see what the Doppler winds are doing. Yeah, let's see what the shear tracker is showing. Well, it's actually got an area up here which does not coincide with where we're looking at. So we'll keep an eye on that. Again, I don't think that the imminent concern is for a tornado, but anytime you have a little feature like that, you just need to keep an eye on it. And still, we just have the one warning, which goes until 9:30. That is the only severe warning right now. Until 9:30, so that'll be another 15 minutes, and then we'll see what happens. There are a few kind of candidates that we'll keep an eye on. So really, I mean, there's some wind in here, don't get me wrong, but I feel like these may even be coming down below severe limits for now. This one we'll watch here in Blanco County. That one could be pulsing up. Let's loop this and we'll watch it together. So, and by the way, this outflow, this is going to be the leading edge of some strong winds, and that's going to be coming in very soon. In fact, let's actually go to our Oasis cam. Should be getting, yeah, look at that shelf. You guys see that? Here, sorry, I'm going to get this off the screen for you. Guys, see the shelf coming in? There's the shelf cloud. That's it, coming into northwest Travis County. So that's the outflow boundary. That's the leading edge of the wind. Wow, very cool. Let me see, is this tower cam on the other one? I'm going to pan that one back to the left here. I'm going to let you watch that shelf cloud come in real quick while I go twist the sky camera. But that's it, the shelfie. This would honestly look super cool if it was not the nighttime right now. Here, and I'm going to switch over to, so here, here's a tower cam, and you can see the shelfie coming in on that too. So you're going to have strong winds right as that shelf cloud comes in. Look at that. Yeah, that is the shelf cloud right there, no doubt about it. Here, we'll be able to do the double box here in a moment. Let me punch up one of these sky cameras in Max 2, that way we can double box these. I'm going to put router 2 here. Okay, so let's go boxes. Hello everybody. Let's do 3 box. I'm going to put wall right there. Then we'll do router 1, Max 2. Excellent. There we go. 15 clicks later, I have what I'm looking for. And it looks like there, I'm just seeing on the edge of the radar screen there, it looks like they issued a flash flood warning just north of our area, maybe near Temple. All right, so let's go back into tracking mode. Yeah, so they did issue a flash flood warning right there for areas north of Temple, or excuse me, north of Williamson County, south of Temple. And it definitely would not totally surprise me if we get some, we've already got the flood advisory, if we had a flash flood warning or two. Okay, let's go back here. We'll just do the home zoom. So this right here, let's play it. So this is the leading edge of the outflow right here. So you're going to get a big gust of wind, and that thin green line is what we're looking at. So you see up there, that's the base of the shelf cloud from the tower cam, then right here. That's the base of the shelf cloud coming into northwestern Travis County at the Oasis cam. So that's going to be the leading edge of the wind, and obviously it's accompanied by a lot of lightning right now. In these storms, they're, as I mentioned, I think maybe not quite the intensity of what we had when these were moving into Llano County earlier. But they're picking up that forward momentum again, and this still, I think, is going to bring some wind into bare minimum potential for 40 to 50 mile per hour winds coming into the Metro and I-35 corridor right now. And we'll see if they can pulse up and produce anything even stronger than that. So at last report, we had a 51 mile per hour wind gust in Georgetown. Let's go back to our wind tracker. And still, so we have a 49 mile per hour wind gust report right now in Georgetown, a 25 mile per hour in Burnett, 39 in Llano, 40 in Fredericksburg. But that is now multiple wind gust reports up in that 50 mile per hour ballpark there in Williamson County. Okay, and then let's check in on our hail cores here. I do feel like I want to watch that in Blanco. So yes, we do have some hail which is developing there. Let's take a closer look at that. And I see some new hail coming in western Travis County. I'll get you to that one next. So this is going to be a little hail core here. This is not severe warning. This is going to be like walnut-sized hail, which is going to be here coming across Blanco right now. So it's going to be walnut-sized hail coming through southern Blanco County. To be technically severe, again, the criteria is quarter size or larger, so it looks like we're not quite to that right now, but that's definitely a strong storm. Okay. So next up, we've got this one. So let's zoom in on that. That looks like actually a new hail core going up over, this could be like the Bee Cave area into western Travis County, Hamilton Pool area, along Highway 71. This might so we're looking at the Oasis cam. This might come across pretty close to there. So the camera is right here. It's right here at that southern edge of Lake Buchanan. But this is going to be, we'll sample this. It's probably going to be less than walnut. This will probably be like pea-size hail. Still walnut. All right, our system is favoring the walnut-size hail today. Every single size, walnut. But I think it is under quarter size right now. It looks like that outflow just came through. Look at that. That outflow came through the Oasis cam. And now we're watching that outflow, the shelf cloud coming into northwestern Travis County. Oh, and by the way, guys, I've got a cut-in coming up in 3 minutes here on KVUE, so we're bouncing back and forth a little bit. I'm going to walk over here and get ready for that, and I also want to, okay, so let's set this up. I appreciate you guys just along for the ride with me, bouncing back and forth. So let me go over here and look at these sky cams real quick. One I bet that's about to have a crazy view of this is the Line Hotel. Okay, so So it has not fully come into focus yet, but you can see there, bottom right, we definitely, yeah, that's going to be right here. This is where the shelf cloud is coming in. Let's see what's going on at St. Edwards. I don't have that one angled very well. Then here's downtown Austin right now, but let me check in real quick with Kalahari. So there's there's Round Rock in Kalahari. And we'll leave this back at Oasis because the heavy rain has moved in. We do have a couple new strong storm advisories, by the way, coming out, and I'll get you updated on that. Hey, guys, we've got a update coming up here on KVUE momentarily. Josh, can you hear me back there? Okay, we are a minute out from that. While we wait on that, look at the shelfie. Look at the shelf cloud coming in. So that is it from our tower cam. Let's look at the base of that shelf cloud. That is pretty spectacular. So that's the leading edge. It's basically like the gust front. That's the leading edge of the rain-cooled air, the wind from that rain-cooled air, which is raced out ahead of the storms. And that is the view from our tower cam in Westlake Hills, about 2,000 feet up there. So that is pretty remarkable what the shelf cloud looks like coming into Austin. And we'll see here what they do in a moment, what they do with the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, guys, you're going to see black here for just like less than a minute, and then you'll see what pops up on TV. Stand by for one moment. Hello, everybody. KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here. Want to give you a live view. This is our Oasis cam in northwest Travis County out of Lake Travis, where the wind, the rain, and a little bit of hail has moved in. Now, I do have an update as I take you to the radar. The severe thunderstorm warning looks like they're going to let this drop off. So the storm is just a smidge below severe thunderstorm warning criteria. However, they have issued a strong storm advisory for this storm. So it still has potential for winds that could be up to about 50 to 55 miles per hour. And this beige box here, that is the step down below a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is a strong storm advisory for hail that could be like nickel size and for winds that could still So there you can see some of the warnings dropping off for hail up to nickel size and for winds that could still be up to 50 or 55 miles per hour. I've been watching in the Georgetown area, multiple wind gust reports right at 50 miles per hour. I'll punch up those numbers for you real quick too. Still gusting to 49 miles per hour right now in Georgetown. And by the way, out in Gillespie County, gusting to 40 miles per hour as well. So the storms may be down just a smidge in intensity, but these are still strong storms and storms that are producing a lot of lightning, which are in the process now of moving into the metro. So I'll give you a quick radar tour and then we'll get back to your regular coverage on air. We'll continue our wall-to-wall coverage online on KVUE+. So here's the deal in Williamson County. Heavy rain now in the process of moving into Round Rock. It's been pouring in Georgetown for a while now, up towards the Bartlett area and Granger, heavy rain too. And then real quickly, just to show you the radar estimated rainfall totals here, we do have a minor flood threat right now over Williamson County, anywhere in the green. This is going to be where more than an inch of rain has already fallen. In fact, I'll punch up some of those numbers for you. So some minor flooding is a possibility here. Obviously, low water crossings, be mindful of that. Any flood-prone spots, that one spot has already had 2 inches or so of rain that has fallen. So these rainfall rates are really, really intense with this storm. So now we'll kind of scroll down the line. Leander, heavy rain for you. I showed you what it looks like out around Lake Travis, the heavy rain, the wind coming in here. And this is just going to be moving across Travis County. Then we also have this one lone storm coming up to meet the outflow boundary right here. So we're just going to have heavy rain and maybe even some new heavy rain developing here over Travis County shortly. And then as we scroll down the line even more, this is still not severe but strong with some wind gusts up as high as 40 to 50 coming into Dripping Springs, Wimberley, and western sections of Hayes County as well. So that's the deal right now. If you want live coverage, we have been on KVUE Plus all through this evening, and we're on KVUE Plus right now. You can scan the QR code on your screen to download. You can download that app or YouTube, Facebook. We're streaming all over the place. So if you want live coverage of this, join us on KVUE Plus. And if not, we're going to take a 30-minute break and our newscast at 10 o'clock. We'll have full weather coverage for you then. So y'all have a good night, and we'll keep the coverage going on KVUE Plus. Thank you. I'll see you at 10. Okay. Hello, everybody. Oh, wow. Wow. Let me show you this real quick. Hang on. I just saw incredible blue tinted lightning. You see that? Wow. Look at that. From all the heavy precipitation and the hail in the storm, that blue tinted lightning behind the shelf cloud, that is just magnificent. Wow. Look at that. Just got a report from Lago Vista where we're looking right now at Lake Travis of a 55 mile per hour wind gust. So you probably caught this. Here, let's see if we can go back to the boxes here. Do I still have the setup? We do. The severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire, but this still is very strong. We're talking like just a tick down below severe thunderstorm warning criteria. 55 mile per hour wind gust reported at Lago Vista. 49 mile per hour wind gust at one of the reporting sites in western Travis County. So we still definitely have some wind coming in with these storms, even though they're not technically severe. We've got a lot of wind and we've got a lot of heavy rain coming in. Hey, I want to check in on some more of our sky cams here. And I want to look at our Line Hotel weather camera. This one is likely going to have another big view of this. It is pouring right now out at Lake Travis. Okay, so here's the Line Hotel, and again, you can see the Shelfie, which is coming in. Here is Round Rock, where we've got the rain. Zach Theater. This is downtown Austin, and then you guys have already seen Cam 20. So here's, well, this is here at KVUE. The poor flag out there. I'm going to back out that view just so we have that view to keep an eye on. Wow, look at that. Okay, well, here we go at KVUE. We're about to experience this one here together. So that's the camera you see there on the bottom right of your screen. If you look closely, that faint view of the shelf cloud, that's the leading edge of the wind. I'd imagine we're going to hear it here on the roof here shortly. Look at that. so we'll leave that one up too. So this is it. The storm technically under severe criteria, but it's still a gusty one. We've got 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts that are rolling in right now. And here, I know we have our newscast coming up. I'm going to set a timer on my phone so I don't forget about that. I guess if I'm standing here, there's no way to miss it, right? All right, I set a 12-minute timer. Again, we got 55 mile per hour wind gust reported at Laga Vista, 49 mile per hour wind gust in western Travis County. The technical criteria for saying, well, why isn't it severe warned? The technical criteria for a storm to be severe warned is 58 miles per hour, and it's just down below that right now. Okay. All right, so I've got everything squared away here. Let's get back into tracking mode, and then we'll just keep an eye on these sky cams together. Man, that is looking gnarly from KVUE right now. So that's the roof of our building, and you can see the base of the shelf cloud coming in. Then gnarly lightning from our tower cam, which is in Westlake Hills. I don't have my clicker with me. All right, stand by. Left it over here. All right, the rain is starting here at KVUE, and having experienced countless storms here, I can tell the storm intensity by the sound it makes on the roof here, so we'll keep an eye out for that. I still cannot see myself in this monitor. Okay, stand by. We're almost there, guys. We're almost home. There we go. Okay, so our thunderstorm warning has dropped off, but we still have a strong storm advisory for winds of 50 to 55 miles per hour, and there could be some pockets of smaller hail in here too. That is a possibility. There's the lightning just populating on there. There could be some small hail, but I think primarily what we're looking at is a wind threat right now. And I'm tempted to go outside right now to do a little live storm chasing of this, which we could do. Maybe I'll consider it. We only have 10 minutes until the newscast. Let me zoom in on the radar here, and then we'll think about it. Okay. So here is our line of storms, which is stretching now from Dripping Springs into western Travis County. And this is going to be moving into central Austin here imminently. The heavy rain has arrived in Round Rock. Then we have this rogue storm chilling out here by itself out around the Austin airport. This is all going to fuse together. We're going to get a lot of heavy rain and lightning and likely some gusty winds too here right over the Austin metro. I want to take a look at the Doppler winds real quick. Okay, a few areas of enhanced wind right there. Let me cross-reference this. The reflectivity. Yeah. Let's okay, so we'll zoom in right there. Again, we've got multiple reports of at least 50 mile per hour winds. This around Lake Pflugerville, this looks like bigger than that. I'm glad we looked at this. So this might be getting up close to severe criteria again. Yeah, 64 mile per hour wind gust being reported there. I actually have a way I can isolate out all the noise. Here's the wind tracker. And it looks like we may have a surge of wind. So in the yellow is 40 plus. In the orange, which isn't a ton of it, but that's where we start to get into those severe winds again. So looks like we may have a surge of wind developing there. And that's going to be where that outflow, so that's where the outflow just ripped through. So there still could be pockets that may even be at around Pflugerville that could be up above that. So we've got powerful winds and even some pockets of hail coming in, but the storm right now under severe limits. The only severe warning we have right now is actually this, which is the new warning, which just got issued into Milam County. So if you live in Cameron, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning. But otherwise, these are certainly strong storms, heavy rain, lightning. I'll do the lightning counter for you guys. And just on the screen right now, we've got 1,200 lightning strikes, and that is just over the course of the past 15 minutes. You can see on the tower cam, rain is moving in. Here at KVUE, rain's going to be moving in any moment now. Okay, let me give you a radar tour. We'll go back to the high-res radar here, and we'll zoom in. We'll go from north to south. So let's start here in Williamson County. And so Round Rock, super heavy rain up to Granger. Here, let's go in like more street level and we'll just pan up and down the line. So Hudson Bend towards Leander, Cedar Park, Round Rock. It is pouring rain right now, and presumably there's some strong winds embedded within this too. And we'll pan up the line. This is all set up here over northern Williamson County up to Hutto, and this is going to be moving into Taylor. And then we're getting up here to the radar site, which is at Granger. Man, look to have those reflectivity values right close to the radar site. Yeah, so this is a strong storm here. And then, all right, okay, let's keep an eye on this here in Milam County. Let me see if they've done a tornado possible tag with this. So they've gone just regular severe thunderstorm warning, but I do want to see the Doppler winds here. Got a little area of interest. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll go back to the, yeah, a little bit of shear popping up there. We'll keep an eye on that for you, Milam County. So Cameron, take shelter, make sure you're indoors. Cameron, Minerva, Rockdale, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Keeping an eye on a little bit of rotation there, though, also. Okay, let's go back to the regular radar here, and then we'll scroll back down into Travis County. We'll do this. I'm starting to hear it on the roof here at KVUE. Okay, so Hutto, Jonah, Round Rock, Wells Branch. So now we're going to get down Lake Linebaugh, Domain. We're going to get down to Travis County. So Steiner Ranch, out around Lake Travis, Westlake, Bee Cave, Oak Hill. This is about to be moving into downtown Austin. Then we do have this little weird looking storm out here by itself. We've got two of them. One out here on the east side of Austin and one around like Pflugerville. Just want to make sure we don't have any rotation there. Looks like we're okay. Okay, we'll go back to the reflectivity. Then we'll scroll down the line. So pouring rain in Oak Hill, Circle C Ranch, down to Driftwood, Hayes City, and that's the setup right now. So that is kind of the street level tour through the storm, and then we'll back out the view. Again, under severe limits, but we definitely have heavy rain and lightning out there, and we do have this severe thunderstorm warning, the only warning right now, which is for Milam County. So that is the situation right now. All right, let's play this. I might get set up. We might do a quick tour outside. Let me try and get this set up real quick. We're coming up on our newscast, but I know we've got the heavy rain, which is moving in to Austin right now, and I do kind of want to show you guys that. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning coming for northeastern Travis County soon. That was the surge of wind that we saw there near Pflugerville just a moment ago. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming for northeastern Travis County here momentarily. Okay, I'm going to get set up real quick. Ahead of our newscast, we're going to head outside real quick just to get a view of the storm. The meteorologist in me, I can't resist. We're going to. All right, let me get this set up real quick. All right, we are in. Here, I'm going to turn the camera sideways. You try not to have the echo. Okay, let me go to. Oh, we just took a power hit here at KVUE. Power hit at KVUE. Okay, things are booting back up. Okay, power hit here at KVUE. Hopefully you are still with us. Things are booting back up here at the studios. And again, the last update that we just got from the Weather Service, warning coming for northeastern Travis County and for eastern Williamson County, seeing a surge of winds between Pflugerville, Hutto, and Copeland, 60-mile-per-hour winds detected. All right, I'm sorry, guys, but that's going to delay our field trip outside. Let me head back over to the wall, and we'll track that one for you with this new warning coming. But clearly we missed the power surge outside, so we just took a Very quick, brief power hit here at KVUE, but that's showing you the type of winds which are moving in right now. So the warning is going to come up here, where we have the confluence of these outflow winds and these new cells. Let me go into the velocity here. Yeah, these are intense winds coming up here, and this is going to be moving into now soon. It's going to be heading into southeastern Williamson County. So when we start to see these brighter colors right here, just move through the Austin Executive Airport. The printer booting back up. Let me animate this for you real quick. Yeah, you can see how that just pulsed up, boom. That is where the winds have come in. I can isolate that for you. So I'm going to go just to the straight up wind tracker. And this is exactly where, right here in the orange, where we have 58 plus mile per hour wind gust here. Let me zoom in on that for you. So this is going to be heading into the Copeland area. Just move through Pflugerville. This is going to be heading towards Copeland. Hutto, you're also getting some intense winds right now. And Sealy, it's right over Sealy where the most intense winds are right now. Lake Pflugerville, New Sweden, Sealy, and then this is going to be heading up towards Copeland. So Copeland, I want to give you a heads up. Let's go over here to the radar. Let's see if they've issued the severe thunderstorm warning. So there it is. Let me back out. That way we can get the latest information on the warning. So this warning is going to be northeastern Travis County, northern Bastrop County, a little sliver here of Lee, and then a big chunk of eastern Williamson County. And I think increasingly it's going to be right there around Copeland over southeastern Williamson County where the worst of these winds are going to be. Okay, so here we'll punch up the information for that warning, and I'll read through the text. 10:45 for parts of Bastrop, Lee, Travis, and Williamson. And here's what they're saying. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Granger Dam to near Thrall to near Copeland to near Manor. Sorry, we're getting ready for a newscast. Moving southeast at 25. 60 mile per hour winds, quarter size hail are going to be possible. Some locations that could be impacted: northeast Austin, Pflugerville, Taylor, Elgin, Hutto, Manor, Thrall, Granger, Copeland, Wildwood, Hornsby Bend, Weberville, Knob Springs, Waterloo, Cedar Hills, Butler, Sandoval, and Bellew. They're also saying a surge of severe winds possible here near Granger. Okay, so let's go back over to Doppler wind. So I want to give you a heads up. Yeah, look at that. Wow, right next to the radar site. Okay, so, and this is like literally as close of a sample as you can possibly get, where the radar beam is like barely off the ground at all. So we basically have confirmation. Wow, to be having those type of winds right next to the radar. So heads up in Granger. Make sure you're sheltered in Granger, where we have really intense straight line winds coming through just on the east side of Granger that could be 70 miles per hour. And we basically know with certainty that those type of winds are at the ground because we're like literally just like a mile or two away from the radar site there. Then I can isolate this too. We'll go back to our wind tracker product. And this is where it is showing those strong winds here. And I'll just back this out. So this core here from northeastern Travis County into Williamson County, this is where we have the powerful winds. Okay, guys, we're coming up on our newscast here in just a few moments. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to get you to the looping radar, and we're going to be right back here on KVUE in like 5 minutes, and I'll make sure the newscast coverage gets looped into here. But I got to take a quick moment, get ready for the newscast. But we will keep you posted. We've got strong winds coming through parts of the metro, especially northeastern Travis County and now eastern Williamson County, really all the way from Copeland up to Granger. That could be 70 mile per hour winds, if not a little bit higher than that. So I'm going to get back to the radar loop, and we'll be joining you for live coverage here on KVUE momentarily. Hey guys, we're less than 1 minute away from the show. You're going to see a black screen for about 45 seconds, and then you'll be joined with KVUE News at 10. We'll start with an update on the weather. So you'll see a black screen for 30 seconds, and then the TV newscast will pop up. Just stand by.
Thank you for joining us for KVUE News at 10. I'm Darrenisha Heron. First tonight, we're following storms moving through our area. This is 4 different sky cameras from across Central Texas. You can see lightning striking in almost all of them. This is downtown Austin, Lake Travis, and Round Rock. Let's get right to the forecast with Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams. Hunter, you're not just tracking some intense lightning and rain, but you're seeing some high winds as well.
Just got a report from the Austin airport. Over a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust was just reported. So you can see this big solid line of storms. This is definitely strong, but not severe warned right now over Hayes County. And then likewise, this is coming up in intensity over Austin, but it's not at the moment severe warned in central Austin. But then as you go northeastern, Travis County into Williamson and into Milam County, that's where we have the most intense weather at the moment. So let's track this for you. And this is mainly going to be a wind threat. Again, we've got winds that could be up to about 70 miles per hour. And we just saw this big surge of wind near the Granger area. They actually just upgraded this warning, so I'll punch up the information for you. They added a considerable tag with it. So the latest, they're saying up to golf ball size hail and winds that could be up to 60 miles per hour. And you know, I want to go over here first. We'll do the hail tracker just to see where the hail cores are. This is one that just moved over Granger. So Granger, you guys have been having some really intense weather. Stay hunkered down. You're about to be on the backside of it, but this is going to be moving into the Thorndale area and other parts of Milam County. Then sporadic areas of, say, Pete and nickel size hail down over more central portions of Travis County. Now, the wind here, again, this has been kind of the main concern. This is the velocity mode of the radar, and look at this. Here, another way to visualize this, I'll actually isolate out all the noise just to the wind tracker. So let's zoom in on where this is located right now. And anywhere in the orange is going to be severe winds. Here, I'll zoom in a little bit closer for you guys. Severe winds of at least 58 miles per hour. And this is coming through the Copeland area right now and heading up towards the Thorndale area. So this whole section of eastern and southeastern Williamson County, we have 50 to 60 mile per hour winds right now. Then just to back out the view, anywhere in the yellow is at least 40 mile per hour winds, and that extends down into a bigger portion of Travis County down to about Weberville. So we've got this huge swath of heavy rain, wind, and hail, and this activity is going to keep moving. So before we let you get back here, I want to show you just a big picture view of the radar, and I'm going to go through all the model data. We'll time this all out coming up in my full forecast, but it's this big solid line of storms. It will continue to be a wind threat, a heavy rain risk, as well as some pockets of embedded hail as this moves from Austin now into our eastern areas. So next up, Milam County, Lee, Bastrop, Fayette, and eventually Caldwell counties. So coming up in my full forecast, we'll track this for you in detail. And I also want to talk about some of these rainfall totals, even the risk for some minor flooding for areas where storms have already moved through. That and more coming up in my full forecast.
Right, talk to you soon, Hunter. Governor Greg Abbott says the state has activated emergency response teams ahead of the storms. Officials are urging Texans to stay weather aware, avoid flooded roads, and remember, turn around, don't drown. Let's get a quick update on power outages. Right now, Austin Energy is reporting more than 4,000 customers without power. You can find the latest weather updates on KVUE Plus. Scan the QR code on your screen, and we'll show you how to get KVUE Plus on your smart TV for free. A Northeast Austin high school community is rallying around one of their own after ICE detained the student after a traffic stop last week. According to our partners at Austin American Statesman, 18-year-old Luis Fernando Cabrera was driving home from a late shift at Popeyes when a state trooper pulled him over for expired registration and later turned him over to immigration agents. The Northeast Early College High School senior has lived in the U.S. since he was 11 years old and is awaiting a decision in his asylum case. We've reached out to ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, and we actually just got a statement from them about 30 minutes ago. DHS sent us this statement in part saying that Cabrera will, quote, remain in ICE custody pending immigration proceedings and will receive full due process, end quote. And as we celebrate Mother's Day, an Austin organization says there are families who cannot enjoy the same freedom due to immigration enforcement.
homeowners.
A warning so others won't be left chasing their money too.
So how do you avoid problem contractors? Experts say always research a company's reputation, get several bids for your job, never pay in full or upfront, and get everything in writing. We have more helpful information with this story right now on KVUE.com. If you have a story tip for the KVUE Defenders to investigate, send an email to defenders@kvue.com, or you can call or text the number that's right on your screen. That's 512-533-2231. All right, let's get another look at the forecast with Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams. Storms are moving across downtown Austin, and take a look at what it looks like right outside of our news station. We had power go out for just a little bit, and Hunter, I'm looking up on Austin Energy's website, and there's currently 238 active outages with 15,000 people impacted right now.
I believe it. I mean, the wind associated with some of these storms has been pretty intense. We had a report at the Austin airport of 64-mile-per-hour winds, and still, I think these storms, as they move east of I-35, will continue to produce those type of winds. So let me show you what's going on out there right now. Here's a look at the big radar picture, and now we have a solid line of severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from Milam County down through southeastern Williamson County, through the eastern sections of Travis County, and all the way down through Hayes and now Caldwell County. And the primary concern, there could be some hail in here, but the primary concern is still the wind here, where we have some areas getting 60-plus-mile-per-hour wind gusts in these storms. Now, here's a closer look at the radar picture here in our area, and this is going to be the most intense part of the storm. Austin, you're now getting out on the backside of it, and likewise over the hill country, still there's going to be some rain. We'll have to watch the risk for minor flooding behind the leading edge, but as this moves east, the severe weather threat is going to end with it. Now, look at the latest wind gust reports. 33 in Austin, 40 in Georgetown, Fredericksburg 43, but again, out at the Austin airport, not shown here, we had over 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. And I'm still watching some really intense winds right now out around the Elgin area. In fact, I want to isolate these for you. These still easily could be 60-plus-mile-per-hour wind gust here. Yeah, so anywhere in the orange, which is right over northern Bastrop County in the Elgin area, this is where we have the potential for 60-plus-mile-per-hour winds. I'll punch up some of these numbers for you just as far as what the radar estimates are showing. And yeah, look at that, 65-mile-per-hour wind gust, 62, 63. That's the type of wind which is coming across sections of northern Bastrop County right now in the Elgin area. So really, these are the type of storms where these type of winds, it's not a tornado threat, but you kind of want to treat it that way. When you've got some hail, you've got wind like that, just get away from windows and get in an interior place. That's the safest thing. So we'll go up and down the line. Here's Milam County, where we've got just a confluence of all these storms that have developed. So some hail here, likely near the Thorndale area. Otherwise, it is wind and heavy rain which is falling. Then as you go down into southeastern Williamson County, we had some really strong winds surge through the Copeland area. Now as you go Copeland out towards the Bokiss area, heavy rain and wind right now. Then for Travis County, it's starting to lighten up now in Austin, and especially back behind that in western Travis County. So the heavy rain and the wind is now all over eastern sections of Travis County and is about to shift entirely east into parts of Bastrop County. You can see Cedar Creek, you're now included in a new severe thunderstorm warning, as are you in Lockhart, where this section of the southern section of these storms is still producing winds that could be 60 to 65 miles per hour, if not even higher in a few spots. So this is going to be the zones that are left out ahead of this thing: Lee County, Bastrop County, Caldwell County, and Fayette County. You guys are still yet to go with strong winds, some pockets of hail, and then lots of heavy rain and lightning also coming your way. Look how much rain has fallen in the path of these storms. Anywhere in green is at least 1 inch of rain. And while we haven't had any major flooding issues because of the speed of these storms, some minor localized flooding is a possibility. In fact, I believe we just got a flood advisory which was issued for parts of Travis County. Let me punch that up real quick. Yeah, so right here, there's a new flood advisory for some minor localized flooding over eastern sections of Travis County. Our severe thunderstorm watch, this continues until midnight, but again, the severe threat is quickly starting to shift to the east, and that will keep taking place as we get into midnight, 1 a.m., and there will be some rain left on the backside. We'll watch the minor flood threat, but there won't be severe weather behind the main line. And then by tomorrow morning, all the rain is gone, and tomorrow afternoon is going to be really nice. Highs eventually will get to the upper 70s and low 80s, but once we get through the stormy weather tonight, the 7-day forecast is looking really nice. Tomorrow, 81 degrees for the afternoon high. Tuesday, high of 86. And then we start to heat things up a little bit, low 90s for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. But as far as rain chances after tonight, it's not until next weekend that some storm chances begin to return.
All right, we just got to get through tonight for a
So
beautiful week.
Stay hunkered down for areas east of I-35, and obviously we'll continue to cover this for you as we go through tonight.
Of course, Hunter, thank you. All right, switching gears, Corey Mose, Victor.
Yeah.
Wimby. I didn't watch the Spurs game, but the video is everywhere.
Yeah, of course. Rain coming down here, but it was also raining threes in Minnesota, also raining elbows for Victor Wembanyama. Coming up in sports, the Spurs had to play the majority of Game 4 without their superstar. See why and if they still managed to get a dub after the break.
fully present as a mother, as a daughter, as a sister, as a student, as an employee, or as whatever position that you are in life, because you don't have access for period products is just not acceptable. So we're working to change that.
The Diaper Bank says they accept donations and are looking for more volunteers. If you would like to help, you can find this story on our website, kvue.com/links. And an Austin coffee shop reopened today to create jobs for people with Down syndrome and neurodiversity. Empowered Cafe has reopened in the Miller area. It opened with a small team serving coffee and simple food. The project aims to expand inclusive employment and give workers meaningful job opportunities in the community. All right, let's get to the forecast with Hunter Williams. As I just said, we're still feeling the impacts of the storms that's happening right now.
And I think for Austin, the worst is now kind of moving away. Obviously, still we're kind of feeling some of the residual impacts of that. But now we're watching Bastrop County down to like Caldwell County and eventually Fayette County. And behind this leading edge, there's not going to be more severe weather. There will be some more rain, but not additional bad wind or hail. So let me show you what's going on out there. Here's a look, a live view from a windy Manor area. This is our new East Village weather camera, and this is one of the areas that really had some intense winds. Pflugerville, north of Manor, up towards the Copeland area, some 60-plus mile-per-hour winds. And yes, as we have been experiencing here at KVUE, we do have some areas that have lost power. We also have the cooler air coming in the wake of these storms. Temperatures in the 60s right now for Camp Mabry and for the Austin Airport. Remember, I talked about this at the top of the show. The Austin Airport gusted to 64 miles per hour earlier. So here's the big picture view. The worst of it is now over for central Austin and for most of Williamson County. There's still some rain, so there's going to be rain back behind this for a while more. We'll take the beneficial rain part, but the wind and the hail part, that threat ends once this leading edge moves through. Okay, so a closer view. Yes, we now have a solid line of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's kind of track the line. We'll go from north to south, and this is the situation over Milam County, where virtually the entire county has some intense rain, some pockets of heavy winds. In fact, I want to punch up the velocity real quick, and I don't see any areas of rotation, but we do still have some intense winds here with a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for basically all of Milam County now. And then as we go down to the south, so Bastrop, you've already had some intense weather move through. Now this is heading into Lee County and heading into the Smithville area. And there are a few areas here on the velocity I want to keep an eye out for. Man, look at these winds. These are really intense winds. We'll sample some of those wind speeds for you. These could be 60-plus mile-per-hour winds in a few areas. So, well, that's the road name. That's not helpful there. 60 mile-per-hour winds. And what I can do is we'll actually isolate out the strongest winds here with our wind tracker. And anywhere in this orange, which is coming into Smithville, then goes up into northern Bastrop County, that is 58 mile-per-hour winds or higher. So those are severe winds. And then anywhere in the yellow is at least 40 mile-per-hour winds. We have those pretty widespread right now. Then as we back out the view even more and go down south, this is less intense, but still some gusty winds here into Caldwell County. Then the outflow and the leading edge of the wind that is now about to head into Fayette County. So we'll see here soon if they potentially extend that warning into parts of Fayette County. Then real quick, before we move on from the live radar, I do want to keep an eye on the shear tracker. And yeah, I was kind of suspecting that. We do have a few areas of enhanced shear, of rotation here over parts of Bastrop County. This is near the Smithville area. So right now we've got mainly a straight line wind threat, but just do me a favor in Smithville. Hopefully you're already doing this. We do have some intense winds in a few little areas of spin. I think it's mainly a straight line wind threat, but these are some intense winds, 60-plus miles per hour coming into Smithville right now. So make sure you are sheltered there. And again, next up from Bastrop into Fayette County is going to be where that storm moves through. Now, the rain part of it, almost all of us have had at least some sort of rain. Looks like maybe a few patchy areas that missed out over parts of the hill country, but many areas here filling into the green, which is more than 1 inch of rainfall. And we also could have some locally heavy rain and some minor flooding. That's not totally out of the question. We have a few of these flood advisories here. So this is a flood advisory in eastern Travis County, a few more Williamson County into the northern hill country. So just keep in mind some low water crossings, minor ponding, stuff like that. That is going to be a possibility. Our severe thunderstorm watch continues until midnight, so a little more than an hour on this, and that leading edge is going to be through Fayette County here pretty shortly. But remember, back behind it, there is still going to be some residual rain even into the early overnight hours, but then by tomorrow morning, it basically has all moved out, and tomorrow is going to be just a beautiful day. Now, as far as the 7-day forecast is concerned, check this out. Finally, just a smooth sailing type of weather pattern as we go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, especially early in the week. Temperatures will be pretty comfortable in the low to mid 80s. Gradually, though, we do warm things up, upper 80s to low 90s by the end of the week. And as far as rain potential after tonight, it's not until next weekend that storm chances return.
All righty, Hunter, thank you. Corey Mose, Athlete of the Week.
You know what it is. Yes, ma'am. Went down to Buda for our Athlete of the Week. Meet the man who's been throwing gas on the mound in sports.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hunter Williams here with you. We apologize. We got right into the newscast during kind of the thick of those storms, so we continued some of our coverage online. I apologize. It might not have been quite as robust as what we were doing earlier when we were all focused on the weather. You know, sometimes with streaming, it's easier just to no time constraints or anything. But hopefully everyone's doing okay. Wanted to just hop back on and walk you through the last round of these storms, which is coming through Fayette County. So this is the situation right now, and we'll just keep the stream going until the leading edge gets through Fayette County and the severe threat ends. So the severe threat for Austin is over. The severe threat for the Hill Country is also over. Really, it is now just Bastrop, Lee, Fayette counties, which are yet to go. Now look at that, a huge, big severe thunderstorm warning down in the San Antonio area. So the leading edge is where the wind and hail is. No severe threat, no additional storms back behind that, other than the risk for some minor flooding, not like bad river flooding or anything like that, mainly like ponding on roadways, low water crossing, stuff like that. But it's the middle of the night, so hopefully nobody's really driving right now anyways. Let's see. I'm going to get into play mode here so we can get back into tracking here and give that a second to load. So there's a live view outside. That's in Manor. That camera is shaking around. Obviously, Pflugerville, like north of Manor, some of these areas, northeast Travis into Williamson County, that's where we really had some strong winds move through. 67 degrees is the current temperature, by the way, for Austin, Camp Mabry, as the rain-cooled air is now moved in on the backside of these storms. We're in the low 90s earlier today. So again, that's the big picture. Let's zoom in a little bit closer, and we'll go into tracking mode, and we'll head down to Fayette County. Okay, let me when you're hand tracking, all the various from the system that we use for the show, the system that we use for the stream, they have slightly different delays. And when you're trying to hand track and you're going back and forth on systems with different delays, a little wonky there. Okay, so here's what's going on in Fayette County. Smithville, heavy rain, hail, and wind right now. In fact, one of the last notes I saw from the Weather Service is that the hail cores are coming up in intensity a little bit. So so we've got this hail core right here. Let's zoom in on that. And this is going to be on the east side of Bastrop, but looks like it's just narrowly avoiding. It's on the north side of Smithville, but this is probably going to be up close to, earlier they were saying that this was probably close to golf ball size hail. So here's a look at that. Walnut, that has been the popular choice, but we've got a walnut size hail, which is going to be heading into Fayette County. Let's see what the Doppler winds are showing here. And here, I'm going to back this out one touch. Look, we definitely have some strong winds here. Let's actually isolate out all the information that we are looking for right now. And look, anywhere in the yellows, 40-mile-per-hour winds. Fortunately, I'm not seeing anywhere with like super destructive winds right now, not like what we saw back with the storms when they were over Travis County and southeastern Williamson County, but certainly still strong winds in here to go along with the hail. So for Fayette County, let me punch up the information for you. Let's see how long this warning is going to go. And they have added we're punched up on the wrong one. So this, I was going to say, they've added the tornado possible tag. So they have for this is outside of our KVUE area, but just out of meteorologist curiosity. Yeah, a little couplet there. Let me show you the shear tracker. Come on. We'll go into the shear tracker here, and yeah, they are picking up. Okay. All right, let's inspect. Let's inspect this down here in Lee County. Our shear tracker is picking up an elevated shear. Okay, let's go back to the velocity. I don't know. I don't know that I'm seeing anything tornadic here to me. Let's loop it. Come on. I mean, a little bit of a notch right there, I guess. And then we've got this one pixel that looks like a little bit of an error, and then some stronger winds here. I don't know. Keep an eye on it. I don't know that I'm seeing imminent tornado threat right here, though. Here's another problem, though. we're getting far away from the radar. The radar side of New Braunfels is down right now, unfortunately. So we are far away from the radar site. We're not getting the same type of vantage point that we would otherwise get. But so we'll keep an eye on that. But I think mainly I'm still concerned about the straight wind potential here. Let's back out the view. Well, now that we're looking at the reflectivity, yeah, I see the notch right there. Let's see where the outflow boundary is. Okay, so, I mean, but we do have the rain-cooled air. The outflow is kind of out ahead of this, which, you know, we've been talking about this tonight, that helps to mitigate the tornado threat. When the storms are outflow dominant, you've got the rain-cooled air, which is pushed out from the storm, meaning the storm can't drink in the warm, humid air, so the inflow into the storm is cut off, and that makes it hard for low-level circulations to develop. But we will keep an eye on that. I'm just seeing if the National Weather Service is saying anything about that. Yeah, we'll watch it. I don't think it's imminently screaming tornado, but something that we'll monitor here for Fayette County. But this warning, get back to the original topic of discussion, this warning for Fayette County, let's zoom out so it doesn't pull the tornado possible warning there. So this warning for Fayette County goes until 11:45. And right now it is 11:08. So we've got another 40 minutes or so on this warning. So this is going to be heading into places like LaGrange. And let's see how our hail core is doing here. Okay, guys, I'm trying. Let's go back down here. Yeah, because here's another little hook here, but the outflow's out ahead of it, and then the other hook that we were watching. It depends on where, see if it still has an opportunity to drink in some of that warmer air. So we'll watch that, but otherwise this is going to be a straight line wind and a hail threat coming into Fayette County right now. Let's back out the view and I'll show you just kind of the big picture and then some of the rainfall totals. So it's still raining in Austin right now. Let's do actually some sky cams here. Here is a look from Manor where the camera is wobbling in all the wind, and then here at KVUE. We took a couple different power hits here at KVUE. We took one just before the 10 o'clock show when we had that big surge of wind go up over northeastern Travis County, and then we actually took another one during the show, even in the wake of the storm. So I don't know necessarily what that's about, but Darren Eash was looking at some of the reports. We don't have a ton of reports of power outages in Travis County or in the metro, but presumably some people were without power with the type of winds that came through. Again, we did have a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Austin airport, which is certainly a severe wind gust. But for now, we do have some lightning left over the metro at last count. We've got 965 lightning strikes over the course of the past 15 minutes or so. Here are the radar estimated totals for how much rain has fallen, and the higher totals ended up favoring Mason, Llano, Burnett, into Williamson and Travis County, then into Bastrop, Lee, Milam counties. Anywhere in green has seen at least 1 inch of rainfall. I want to see how much rain we've gotten at Camp Mabry. Actually, here, we'll zoom in. And let's see what the LCRA totals are doing. I mean, the storms were moving so fast, it wasn't until they kind of like gelled up here with those other storms over eastern Travis County that we got the bigger totals. So looks like these numbers out around where the Camp Mabry sensor is are like less than a half inch. Let's see actually if see if this graphic is updated. How about that? Look at that look at that discrepancy. So on the southeast side of town, the Austin airport got 1.98 inches of rain today, and Austin Camp Mabry just 1/4 of an inch. So it was spotty, but the airport really got a good bit of rain. So that's going to put the airport, I believe with that, the airport is now over 4 inches of rain for the month of May. Remember, the entire month of May on average brings about 5 inches of rain, so that means the airport well on its way. Let's see actually if the monthly totals have loaded in here. So here are the monthly rain totals. I don't think it includes what's, I doubt that it's included what fell today. So with another 2 inches, the airport's going to be over 4 inches of rain. And then with another 1/4 inch, the Camp Mabry sensor is going to be closing in on 2 inches of rainfall. Oh, I also want to see, let's do the max wind gust here, 1 second. All right, so this will show the maximum wind gust today. How about that? Yeah, the airport gusted to 64 miles per hour. Georgetown gusted to 52 miles per hour. Burnett gusted to 45. I'm kind of surprised that Llano only gusted to 40 out of 39. Fredericksburg 45, and then no data yet from LaGrange. Giddings gusted to 21, and Cameron gusted to 43 miles per hour. I'm seeing a few storm reports getting plugged into the system here, so let's take a look at those. I'm seeing a few reports of some creek flooding down in San Antonio, not in our area, but you can see where San Antonio and Bexar County, they had this really quick heavy rain come in, so it looks like some rise on the creeks there. For us, though, we just have some of these minor flood advisories. I don't think this is going to be a big flooding issue, but you know, we had some areas out around the airport get a quick 2 inches. Okay, storm reports. So these are filtering in now, and you can see we did have one. This is probably going to be the report from the airport. Corrects previous non-thunderstorm wind gust report to thunderstorm wind gust from, yeah, it's definitely a thunderstorm wind gust. Yeah, so that was a 64 mile per hour wind gust there. Then it looks like another wind report here from Georgetown. That was also a 64 mile per hour wind gust. In the that was from the Georgetown airport. And this was a hail report, quarter-size hail on State Highway 195 south of Florence and north of Sun City. Had some more hail reports come in here near Buchanan Dam and the Burnett area. So a 1 inch hail report in Burnett via Train Spotter. Report with picture on social media of 1.5 inch hail south of Lake Buchanan. So that's the deal. Look, I'm going to be honest. I know we had some intense storms roll through the metro, and we did, especially on the east side of Austin and northeast side of Austin, have 60 plus mile per hour wind gust. But I'm really happy that these were not a solid line of 60 plus mile per hour wind gust come right into the west metro and blow all the way through. So the storms really ramped up like kind of right over Austin and then peaked in intensity east. So we ended up not getting a massive wind event for the entire metro. I did have a little bit of concern for that today. But either way, still for Fayette County and LaGrange, we still have this heavy rain, which is in the process of moving in right now. So let's go back down to Fayette County. So the good news is the outflow is still out ahead of this storm, so it's still outflow dominant, which really makes it tough for a tornado to develop. Let's see how the hail tracker is doing. And that's looking better. The biggest hail core right now is out of our KVUE area on the just north of Fayette County. Let's see what the winds are doing. It's looking a little bit better, but again, we're getting a little, our radar data getting a little murkier here. Yeah, so That's the situation right now. It looks like hail size coming down a little bit, wind speed maybe coming down a little bit, but still some strong weather coming into Fayette County, and it's really coming down right now in the Giddings area and out around Carmine is what I always forget. I go back and forth on this. It's Carmine, isn't it? I have this written down somewhere in a binder. This is one. I messed this up when I first came to KVUE. Okay, did we just get a flash flood warning here? What did that come in as? Yeah, so flash flood warning here. Flash flood warning coming for eastern Lee County, including Lake Somerville State Park. We have an estimated 3 to 5 inches of rainfall over the past 3 hours. Some additional rainfall continues to move in from the west. Here, so this will pick up the right warning. So a flash flood warning here over Lee County. And this is going to be between Giddings and Dime Box for already 3 to 5 inches of rain that has fallen and still more heavy rain which is moving through. Let's go through the radar estimated totals here. Yeah, and look at that swath right there, man. Yeah, so we've got this corridor of 3 to 5 inches of rain that has fallen, and there's still some more heavy rain left to go. So a heads up there. If you live in a flood-prone area there in Lee County, be super mindful of that. Again, it's nighttime, so I think like low water crossings and stuff, we should be pretty good. If you live in a flood-prone area, low-lying near a creek or a stream or something, you know, be ready to go if you get any future alerts there. So just be mindful of that. We've got flash flooding that's likely ongoing here over sections of eastern and northeastern Lee County. This does not include Giddings. It does not include Dime Box, Lexington, or the feeder area, but this does include this whole section of eastern Lee County. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. So at around Sweet Home High School, and that is FM 141. The Beat 5 Church, Sunnyside Church. So all these areas here, flooding could be ongoing. And look at the way that it's stacked up, where there's going to continue to be some more heavy rain in this zone. So I mean, we could end up with a quick 5 to 6 inches of rain in some areas here in this flash flood warning. Back to the big picture view, just to give you an update. If you are not watching us from Lee or Fayette counties, we have just non-severe rain at this point in all these areas from Austin back west into the hill country. The intense weather right now is this, Fayette County into Lee County. There could be some minor flooding ongoing back here, but not a big deal. The only warnings we have right now are 2. Flash flood warning for Lee County, severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Fayette County. I do think this severe thunderstorm, though, is probably coming down in intensity a little bit. I don't think that the wind threat is quite as pronounced as what we have, but this is still, you know, bad stormy weather heading towards the Carmine area. Now let's check on the velocities here, where we have all these storms coming together. Looks like we're in pretty good shape there. So look, I think the most urgent thing right now is probably now this flash flood warning here in Lee County. So if you live in this section of Lee County on the northeast side of Giddings, be mindful, obviously, if you're at home right now and you're in a high ground spot that's not prone to flooding, all good. But if you're in a low-lying spot near a creek or a stream, be ready to go with your flood plan and monitor the situation very closely there. And it's the middle of the night, so hopefully folks are not driving. But obviously for anybody that is driving, turn around, don't drown. I see Lee County officials are on it, communicating in the National Weather Service chat. So looks like the folks out there in Lee County are good to go and are focused on this, and hopefully we'll have everybody prepared. So that's the deal. I think what we're going to do, I'm going to get you back to just the radar loop I'm still here with you. I'll continue to watch this for a little while longer, and I'll look into what's going on in Lee County. If anything, if any bad flooding starts developing, we'll get back on and we'll cover it. But that's kind of where we stand right now. Still raining in Austin, but the severe threat has ended. If anything, maybe a little bit of minor flooding, but that's going to be about it. The most intense weather right now is Fayette County into Lee County, especially Lee County, where we have the strong storm moving through with some wind and hail, as well as the risk for some flooding there on the northeast side of Giddings. So with that, I'll take a quick break. Again, I'm still here, still watching it, and we'll keep you updated as we go through tonight.